kissable and poisonous. I know she won't be good for me, but I don't care, 'cause I know it's so rare for a guy like me to get a chance with a girl like her. And I won't waste that chance, 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 waste that chance.
yourself. It's extremely dangerous.
take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll fly, we'll fly.
impression that you're my obsession. You're pulsing through me. The blood is rushing and I am trusting you'll come save me. My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me. My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me.
better not to fall for a girl in a sweater. She was cute, she was nice, she was fun. God knows how I told my mum I could not help but stare. The way the light shined on her head, spend the night cuddled up in bed. I remember every word she said, let's stay this way. I won't go astray, just stay with me and we'll sing and dance all night, sleep by the moonlight. We'll sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart. Your love kickstarts my heart. Sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels alright. Some say some cause she's not worth it, but I think that she's perfect. No one knows how she makes me happy. I'm always hers and I always will be. 6 months is a pretty short time, but I can't get you off my mind. Spend the night curled up in bed. I remember every word she said, let's stay this way. I won't go astray, just stay. We'll sing and dance all night, sleep on the moonlight. We'll sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart. Your love kickstarts my heart. Sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah. Tell me if it feels alright. Let's stay this way. I won't go astray, just stay with me and we'll sing and dance all night, sleep on the moonlight. We'll sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart. Your love kickstarts my heart. Sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah. Tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah. Thanks very much. I'm gonna do a new one. I'll do a new one. I can hold you close. I can hold you close. I can hold you close.
A lifetime of mistakes can never weigh us down. 2 sets of feet will never touch the ground. Or we're high as a kite, soaring far above the clouds. Opportunity, reality, we're gonna leave this town. And I know this love is blind. Let's get up and go and leave it all behind. But now I'm stuck in the middle, trying to solve this riddle. I'm gonna find a way to work it out. If you just give a little time so I can really make my mind, I'll be the one that's gonna stand up from the crowd. Heaven knows I'm older and bolder, and I know what's right. Now I'm getting wiser. The reminder keeps me up at night. Let's get up and go. Makeups and breakups, highs and the lows, call outs and fallouts that everyone knows. Vintage wine covers my mind. Hold on tight, babe, it's a hell of a ride. And I know this love feels right. Let's get up and go and leave it all behind. But now I'm stuck in the middle, trying to solve this riddle. I'm gonna find a way to work it out. If you just give a little time so I can really make my mind, I'll be the one that's gonna stand up from the crowd. Heaven knows I'm older and bolder, and I know what's right. Now I'm getting wiser. The reminder keeps me up at night. Let's get up and go. Go, let's get up and go. Go, but now I'm stuck in the middle, trying to solve this riddle. I'm gonna find a way to work it out. If you just give a little time so I can really make my mind, I'll be the one that's gonna stand up from the crowd. Heaven knows I'm older and bolder, and I know what's right. Now I'm getting wiser. The reminder keeps me up at night. Let's get up and go. Go, much better not to fall for a girl in a sweater. She was cute, she was nice, she was fun. God knows how I told my mum. I could not help but stare the way the light shined on her hair. Spend the night cuddled up in bed. I remember every word she said. Let's stay this way. I won't go astray. Just stay with me and we'll sing and dance all night. Sleep by the moonlight. We'll sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart. Your love kickstarts my heart. Sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Some stop cause she's not worth it, but I think that she's perfect. No one knows how she makes me happy. I'm always hers and I always will be. 6 months is a pretty short time, but I can't get you off my mind. Spend the night covered up in bed. I remember every word she said. Let's stay this way. I won't go astray. Just stay with me and we'll sing and dance all night. Sleep by the moonlight. We'll sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart. Your love kickstarts my heart. Sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah. Let's stay this way. I won't go astray. Just stay with me and we'll sing and dance all night. Sleep on the moonlight. We'll sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels right. Sometimes we'll be apart. Your love kickstarts my heart. Sing and dance all night. Tell me if it feels alright. Oh yeah.
We need to run away. We need to hide. We need to tell the world this ain't a lie. We need to run away. We need to hide. We need to tell the world this ain't a lie.
If you hear that muddy water flow? Water flow. Can you feel the water now? Can you feel the water at your toes? At your toes. At your toes. Push your car and hit a broken tree. Push your car and really wish to see. Wish to see. See the sunlight shining bright. See the sunlight shining bright on me. On me. On me. Wind blows harder like a gale. It's harsh outside, my face feels pale. Walk along that muddy trail, the rocky climb that leads up to the dales. Do you know where we're heading now? To the place where the silence seems to grow. To grow. All we hear is the ocean breeze. Time ticks on and it's getting hard to breathe. To breathe. To breathe. Life fades and the sun goes down. The sound of vultures circles all around. Around. See the water on the ground. See the water rushing, gushing down. Down. Oh, down. Wind blows harder like a gale. Harsh outside, my face feels pale. Walk along that muddy trail, the rocky climb that leads up to the dales. To the dance. Can often feel it in my bones. Oh, I don't think that I can let this go. It circles in my head, I'm thinking paranoid. I can't seem to get rid of this undying noise. It dwells in my thoughts from the front and back. I need to start to get myself right back on track. Oh, oh. Can you hear the sound of the drums beating in my head at night? Can you hear the thunder come rolling in the naked sky? It drums until the very end, loud into the morning light. I don't wanna miss this now.
Good morning, MCM Manchester. How are you guys? I am very good, thank you. It is already very busy here at the Con, and we are looking forward to a fantastic day. We have lots here on the MCM Buzz stage for you. Let's do a little rundown of our schedule. So starting off at noon, Denise Crosby from Star Trek The Next Generation, followed by Johnny Young Bosch, who you might know as a Mighty Morphin Power Ranger. He will be followed by the cast of The Class. And finally, we have from Torchwood, Kai Owen and Gareth David Lloyd. And as if that wasn't enough, at 4 o'clock, please join us for a special tournament for Mario Kart, and we'll be giving away lots of goodies. So come down, take a few, have fun in the audience. We love seeing you guys down here and participating. And don't worry if you can't join us here at the con. We will be live streaming all weekend on Facebook, YouTube, and Periscope. So stay tuned and see you at noon.
Can you hear the thunder come? Rolling in the naked sky. It drums until the very end, loud into the morning light. I don't wanna miss this now, living in the nightlife. I don't know if this is something that I can control. Please someone help me and save me from the drum roll. I don't know if this is something that I can control. Please someone help me and save me from the drum roll. Can you hear the sound of the drums beating in my head at night? Can you hear the thunder come, rolling in the naked sky? It comes until the very end, loud into the morning light. I don't wanna miss this now, living in the nightlife.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Race all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll fly. Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly. Enjoy fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran
Oh, I can't forget myself. The peace that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back this one part, this 1/3. I'm sorry I lost it.
No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to love.
Yeah.
my knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me. So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, want to free for champions. I can't believe you're proud. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, want to free for champions. I can't believe you're proud.
Wait a minute!
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, want to free for champions. I can't believe you're crawling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, want to free for champions. I can't believe you're crawling.
Hi guys, welcome back to the MCM Buzz Stage. We are here live in MCM Manchester and I am so happy to see you guys. Are you happy to be here? Excellent, because we have a fantastic first guest for you from Star Trek The Next Generation. Please welcome Denise Crosby.
Thank you so much.
Little
Hang
feedback.
on. Don't you love these things?
That wakes you up, doesn't it?
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that fed right into the brain.
So it's lovely to have you here.
Thank you so much.
In rainy Manchester, a bit different from California that you're used to.
Wow. I mean, I left, it was, I don't know, 90 degrees or something, you know?
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, Fahrenheit. Whatever that is in
I was going to say we're
Celsius.
boiling,
Yeah,
literally.
right. not Celsius. Yeah, what is that, like 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit?
A lot. But you obviously grew up in California. You're a true Hollywood girl.
I know. One of the rare breeds that actually was born there. How can we?
Should we hold it down maybe a little bit? Right here.
How's that? Good. You guys can hear me? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Good.
we're good. And so growing up in Hollywood, did you go to school with sort of many showbiz families? Is there that kind of...
You know, I did go to Hollywood High, where a lot of really famous people came out of. John Ritter went there. Carol Burnett went there. A lot of industry people that worked behind the scenes. Their kids went there. But it was, Hollywood was certainly a lot smaller. Los Angeles feels to me so much bigger now than when I was growing up. What is that reverb coming from?
We have a ghost in the system.
Yeah, I think it's bouncing off the speakers.
I think so. So growing up there, was there any kind of sort of expectation then that you were going to go into showbiz?
I come from a family of entertainers. My grandfather was Bing Crosby. My grandmother, Dixie Lee, was an actress. Actually, she was famous before she married Bing. She was on contract with Fox Studios, so she did a lot of those early musicals. And then my father and his brothers dabbled a little bit in entertainment. It wasn't their thing, except for one of my uncles, Gary, became an actor. He did a lot of the Elvis Presley movies.
Oh, wow.
And was on a TV series in the States called Adam 12. So, and, he did a lot of different variety acts and stuff. I kind of went through a time of rebellion when I just said, there's no way I'm going into show business. It's way too predictable. But then I sort of found my own voice, and it made sense.
So what did you try before acting? I believe you were a model at one point.
I modeled actually here in England.
Oh, really?
I signed with an agency in London when I was you know, about 20 years old and lived in London for a period and modeled. At that point, I was really trying to find what it was I wanted to do. Journalism and writing had always been a passion of mine in school. I thought that at one point I would try to be a journalist. And I wrote for the school paper. And then, you know, sort of this path opened up where I found myself modeling and then was asked to read for parts through modeling.
So back in that day then, there were some crazy outfits there must have been and some sort of crazy photo shoots. What do you recall from doing that?
Wow. Oh, yeah, the 80s.
The big hair.
You know, some really strange, a lot of spandex.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, punk rock was just starting to, you know, have its heyday. And London was quite, well, the epicenter of all of that. So I was doing a lot of really wild and colorful photo shoots and a lot of fashion shows that were very theatrical and wild and it was quite an exciting, fun time to be in London, actually.
Bright and crazy.
Yeah, yep.
And are you still writing? Because I understand you like doing short stories.
I love writing, and I want to get back to it. My son is just starting college this fall, so it sort of opens a window up for me now. You know, I've got to. Oh, look! Wow, you have there we are, the 80s. That's so funny. This is very
That's colorful.
colorful.
Yeah.
If this was in color, this would be wild, popping. So yeah, I want to get back to writing, and I have a book that I want to start to work on. It's actually sort of autobiographical about my mother and I growing, you know, being really with her under this sort of banner, how she fought to regain custody of me from my family. So it's quite a David and Goliath story. And
So an autobiography.
Yeah,
More.
yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
And how did you then sort of move, you know, from the writing and the modeling into acting?
So I had done some photographs, and I was, well, actually, I had done a pictorial in Playboy as a part of my rebellion. And it was very interesting because I had cut all my hair off really short, and no one had ever looked like that in Playboy magazine, you know.
Wow.
There was a very specific look. And the photographer, Philip Dixon, who was shooting a lot of Vogue and Harper's Bazaar fashion, but he was Playboy's like key photographer at the time. He loved this look and wanted to photograph it for the first time. So through the magazine, they were interviewing me, and they said, you know, I was Bing Crosby's granddaughter, and you know, this is. I think this caption read a different kind of Crosby, you know. So a very large, famous casting director in Los Angeles traced me through the magazine and called me up. I was still living with my parents, and asked if I would come in to audition for a television movie called The Diary of a Teenage Hitchhiker. I remember the name.
Wow.
And what that did was it began the journey and began the process. She said, you need to study. You have great natural talent, and when you go and you study with some of these teachers, after a bit, I'll help you get an agent. And so she really kind of pushed me forward.
Fantastic. And obviously, it worked out for you. You were cast in Star Trek: The Next Generation, and I'm sure that lots of you guys recognize Denise from that. How was it working there for you? Did you really like the character?
Oh, I loved, You know, the character of Tasha Yar, which is who I played on The Next Gen, was, you know, groundbreaking in the sense that she was a female in a traditional male's role. And I've met so many young women now who were, you know, little girls at the time, and they were so motivated by that. And again, this was 1986, we made 87, and there weren't a lot of women that looked like this on television shows, you know. There was a very particular look that women sort of exemplified on television, and a lot of girls would turn on the TV and not find anything that they could relate to. So often they just were empowered by this character. What was difficult was they were not writing for this character. So at the end of the first season, I had to make a choice to either stay or go.
And do you think in hindsight that was the right thing to do, or do you prefer to stay on a bit longer at that time?
Well, it was absolutely the right thing for me to do at the time. I was exceedingly frustrated. And when Gene Roddenberry himself told me that the template that he was using for Star Trek was very much like the original, where the stories would revolve around the captain, Data, and the first officer, and that everyone else would sort of be filled in. It just worried me that, you know, for the next 6 years, I was simply going to be standing there, you know, in my position on the bridge, going, aye, aye, Captain. And, you know, it wasn't what I wanted or was excited about doing. And
yeah. So when you were killed off by the alien, were you happy to, like, with that scene? Do you think it was a good death for Tasha?
Oh, you know, I understand the concept that Gene wanted to write a very shocking death that was completely unprovoked. But I think that it was really a letdown for most people. They really wanted to see Tasha fight, you know, for her life and save the crew members. So it was such a kind of a wonderful way to come back in yesterday's Enterprise and kind of, you know, it's sort of redemption.
Well, we were talking about earlier how no one really dies in sci-fi, and you certainly got to reprise the role of Tasha and also as Commander Silo. Mm-hmm. So playing those two characters, coming back then, do you think that those episodes were better for you, or did you prefer the earlier episodes?
I mean, the first year that I was on the show, I think the writing was iffy. It got better. Mm-hmm. They got their bearings a little bit, and they got better writers into the show. But I think, you know, I was hoping they would do more with Sela on the show. I mean, I had such an idea of a story arc for her, that she would sort of come around and find her human self and embrace it more.
Yeah, that would be good to see.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
And I know obviously the fans have kind of kept your character alive, and you like to engage with the fans, and you did a documentary, Trekkies. What made you decide to do that?
Well, so once I joined the cast, I was introduced into this world of fandom that I knew nothing about, you know. I think always when someone experiences it for the first time, it's overwhelming. And so I was starting to engage with the fans, and I realized that their whole story is not being told, you know, and they need to have a voice. I mean, there would be no Star Trek without the fans. It's such a symbiotic relationship. So I just couldn't believe no one had really looked at this yet, because as we see, Comic-Cons have just grown exponentially. And when I made Trekkies, we were just at the cusp of the change, where it was becoming okay to go to Comic-Cons now and go to fan cons and dress up and own it a little bit. Before it was sort of nobody really talked about it, or you did it just amongst your friends, kind of knew about it. It wasn't out in the public eye as much. So our timing for Trekkies was really key, and we were very lucky. We caught it right as it was exploding, fandom.
And obviously, in the documentary, you focus on the fans and what they get up to. What was the most surprising thing that you learned about them?
Well, I mean, I had known that, relationships were made at cons, that, people were doing incredible charity work and things like that. I just wanted everyone else to know that, to know that this wasn't just, some guy putting on, ears and going, to a convention, that there were other things involved, relationships made, people getting together in friendships and seeing each other over and over and over again. And, in Trekkies, I think I went to see a dentist, in Florida, who I had tricked out his
The
entire
Star Trek
office.
themed dental
yeah,
office.
it was.
Wow.
That was pretty cool. I didn't know that was going on.
I don't know if I'd want to go see that dentist. I'm not sure.
He wanted to look at my teeth.
Did he?
And then he said I needed a filling, and he said, I'll do it for you right now. And I went, no.
I'm good.
I'm not here to get my teeth filled.
And as you were mentioning, at that time, Star Trek was, I guess, one of the factors for bringing sci-fi and the genre into the mainstream, really. But when you first read the scripts for Star Trek: The Next Generation, did you think, what is this sort of nerdy niche, or did you think that's pretty cool? What was your first sign of reaction?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, first of all, they didn't give us a whole script. It was kept really under wraps. So they gave us just, what's referred to as sides, just for our own character, the scene for our own character. And originally, I read for the part of Deanna Troi. So I thought, this is, a betazoid? What is a betazoid? What is this thing? And I had no idea what I was looking
foreign
at.
language.
Yeah, they said, pretend she's just from like Scandinavia or something. And I remember I was working on a film called Miracle Mile at the time, and when I got the audition for Star Trek, and I was really pretty skeptical, I thought, oh no, they're going to do a remake of Star Trek? Oh no, this is a bad idea, this is not going to do well. This is such an iconic TV show and of its time, and this is 25 years later, and I don't know if this is going to fly. And they were making it for syndication.
Right.
So it wasn't even like on a real network, I thought, oh, this just sounds pretty cheesy. But, you got to work, so.
And it's as popular as ever now, and certainly with the newest iterations, the Star Trek movies and also Star Trek Discovery is coming out. And what do you make of Chris Pine? Do you think he's a good Kirk?
I think so. I think those guys have done a great job. There's some fans don't find this sort of J.J. Abrams reboot as really being Star Trek. J.J. opened up the movies more and made them more, action oriented, but I think that's what it needed. It needed an infusion of that. And I think the cast is wonderful. It'll be interesting to see now the new Star Trek, because now it comes back to the television screen. Yeah. And I kind of like the idea of Star Trek with TV. That I like, they're really stories about human nature. And if we can get back to that, I think it'll be really, really quite good.
Well, Sonica Martin Green is heading up the cast of Star Trek Discovery as the new first officer. Are you excited to see her?
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. And I haven't seen her since, I was on The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
So it'll be, it's kind of a nice mashup of people. And I think that's going to be, she's great. I love her. And women power. They're coming into their own now.
Yeah. And speaking of The
Walking Dead, wow.
There you are, as Mary. I have to ask, because she was part of the Terminus crew. Did you know that they were sadistic cannibals when you got the part?
Oh, my God. Talk about guarded scripts. They are really, really secretive. So much so that when I went to audition for the part of Mary, they wrote a separate scene that was only for the purpose of the audition that had absolutely nothing to do with The Walking Dead. It was about buying a car, a woman buying a car. I mean, I had no idea. First of all, to be honest, I had never seen The Walking Dead when I got the part. So I had to binge watch, like 3 seasons.
You must have been dreaming about zombies.
Oh, my God. I can only tell you that I was a little on edge, when I'd go out in the backyard at nighttime. And, my son, who's this very big 6'4" athlete, plays baseball, he would watch it with me. And I said, are you like freaked out by this or anything? And he said, no, it's not. No. And then, one thing dropped in the kitchen and he leapt, to the ceiling. It was hysterical. But they didn't give me any information whatsoever about Terminus, about, what's going on. Very, very little until I got literally on the set in Atlanta.
So at what point did you realize that on your barbecue it was human flesh?
Well, they always said you're grilling up meat, and we don't know what that meat is. What?
Chicken? No?
Yeah, it's chicken. It's always chicken. But just, you guys have to do what you have to do to survive. And I went, okay. So it was like I was like free falling when I was acting. It was really kind of neat, different.
So were you into the zombie genre at all? Is that something that you like to watch, horror movies?
I love horror films. But the zombie, and then I started watching The Walking Dead, and I could see how gripping and how, amazing it is. But again, it's really about the characters, that you get into. But yeah, I love, all, like Stephen King. I can't wait to see it. And, I'm going to 2 Pet Cemetery, like sort of events this year. They're kind of honoring Pet Cemetery. The American Cinematheque is doing a whole Stephen King honor.
Oh, wow.
And then I'm flying to Boston on Halloween. They're going to screen Pet Cemetery in a very special, brand new 35 millimeter print at a beautiful old historic theater there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That'd be one to watch out for.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So speaking then of The Walking Dead, because it has got a huge fan base, which do you think is the more avid fan base, the Trekkies or the Walking Dead fans?
Wow. That's a hard one because I've been to the Walker Stalker conventions, and I would say it's about even right now, I mean, Star Trek is obviously, I think Star Trek is the granddaddy of them all. I mean, Star Trek started the fan convention back in, the 60s when the show was being threatened to go off the air. There were a couple of fans who put this little thing together in New York and started it right then and there. And it's, 50 years old, the original show. So and it's not going anywhere. So, they're sort of the granddaddy of them all. But, as we see, there's just, it just depends what your you know, what your favorite thing is. And The Walking Dead
Absolutely.
right now is
It's huge.
It's huge,
Yeah.
and it's in its time. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So, guys, if you want to ask questions to Denise, you have an opportunity right now. If you want to stick your hands up for me, and I'll come round to you. Here we go. Do you want to stand up for me?
Hiya, I'm just wondering, in season 1 of Star Trek, in the episode where the crew got took over by a love,
Where the say it again. Where the queue.
no, where the crew
Oh, the crew. Sorry.
got took over by like a love thing, yo.
Oh, yes.
Did, like, I know it was off screen now, but did Data and your,
You would ask that question. The one question. So you're speaking about the Naked Now. And, you know, remember once at the end of that episode, Tasha is all, you know, it never happened, you know, but in my hologram, in my death scene, and I say to Data, and it did happen. So that was a line I threw in. That wasn't written in the script. And they tried to get me to not say that line, and I did it anyway. Because I said, what, are you going to fire me? So I threw it in. And I think, you know, that it's an interesting thought because, you know, Tasha had sex with an android, you know? How many? I don't even want to think about that, okay?
Does it surprise you that Tasha and Data are still such a fan favorite couple?
Well, I mean, that episode, I think, was done with such a twinkle, you know. If you look at, I mean, Brent and I, first of all, Brent is great, and we delight in each other's company, and that was genuine. And I think that translates in the show. So it's just a funny, wild little sort of bit of trivia,
Little
you know.
diversion.
Yeah, right.
Any more questions, guys? One over
yeah.
here.
Hi there. So I imagine you would have known that you were going out of the Star Trek series. My question is, did you know that Tasha Yar was going to die, or did they keep that secret from you? So, like, was it a shock when you found out, or?
Thank you. I knew that Gene was going to kill the character of Tasha Yar. He wanted to do it because it would be so shocking. He had never done anything like that. And so it was really kept secret. You know, I think it started to leak out. It's so hard to keep these things, you know. That's why The Walking Dead and stuff is so vigilant about their storylines. But yeah, he told me, and it was funny because it was just he and I in this meeting. And you know, he didn't want me to leave the show, but he understood the need and the frustration that I was having. And he said, I'm gonna kill this character. And he said, the only problem with that is that you'll never be able to come back. Which was unfortunately, he didn't live to see me do just that. So the irony, you know, that stays with me. But yeah, I knew.
So you've been killed off a few times on TV.
I know. What is that? I think it extends my real life.
Yeah, it's good. It does, I suppose. Yeah, you have many different lives.
Yes.
But if you could reprise another character that's deceased now, which one would you choose?
Of another character. Wow.
Because you've been on Dexter.
Well,
Walking
oh
Dead,
God.
and so many.
Yeah, I just keep dying, don't I? Wow. Well, let's see. Certainly, I was hoping that they would have done a whole season of Terminus. I mean, that was kind of an interesting, build up. They kept building up to this show, and I think because they had spent a whole season on the farm and then in the prison, they wanted just to keep the show
Walking
moving.
Dead, yeah.
On The Walking Dead. So I think that was a really interesting character to sort of relook at.
Well, Mary might be walking around as a zombie somewhere. She's kind of alive, maybe.
Well, people have said we didn't actually see her get bit.
No.
So
You
I
never
don't.
know.
I have long ago said never say never.
Yeah.
You just don't know with these things.
So bring Mary back. We'll see.
Right.
So we have just a couple of minutes left, and we have some quick fire questions for you, hiding in our special TARDIS.
Oh.
So if you want to have a little look in there, pull out a couple of questions.
All right. You might have to. Oh, I don't have my glasses, so let's see if I can
Shall we
read
to
them.
read it?
Oh yeah, way too small.
Okay. So. Oh no, that's not actually a question.
Oh. Come on, TARDIS, work with me here.
Unless it's changed it into something I can't read. Okay. So, do you prefer the wand from Harry Potter or the sonic screwdriver from Doctor Who?
I think the wand.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely have a wand.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do
And-
magic with.
And next one.
Oh, these are quick fire.
Yeah,
Okay.
Very quick. Okay, next one. Do you prefer aliens or demons?
Oh. I think aliens. I've just encountered nicer ones. The demons I've encountered have not been particularly nice.
Great. Okay, next one. Who is your favorite Marvel Avenger?
Oh no. I'm really not good at this Marvel world. Okay, well,
So you got Captain America, Iron Man, Spider-Man.
I like. Well, let's see. What are some others?
Help her out, guys. Who else do you guys like? Favorite Marvel Avengers? Black Widow? The Hulk?
I know. I should say the Hulk. Lou is here.
That's true.
In honor of Lou, I'm going to go with the Hulk.
So Lou's version of the Hulk.
Lou's version.
And
Okay.
final question. So, do you prefer Ghostbusters or Back to the Future?
Oh, Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I actually read for that part.
Really?
In that Sigourney Weaver ended up doing. I think I had 5 callbacks for that thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But, it is what it is. But I love those guys.
Well, we love you. Thank you so much for being here. It's fantastic. Everyone, give a massive round of applause to Denise Crosby.
Thank you so much. You guys are great.
How's that? Yay! This sounds like you guys are having a good time. Are you having a good time here at the Con? Are you ready to listen to Johnny Young Bosch? So you guys know him from the Power Rangers, various anime, various video games, and he will be with us very shortly at 1 o'clock. There's still a bit of space here I can see in our crowd, so come down, join us. And if you can't make it, then remember we are live streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and you can catch us on Periscope as well. So come down, see us at 1. at the MCM Buzz stage. I know you guys are waiting very patiently for Johnny Young Bosch. He will be here very shortly, so just hang around and we'll catch up with him very soon.
Why some say why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are willing to perform, and one we will
try to be strong, but I can't carry you on my own. You found another, able to do it all alone. Asked you for assistance, you just left for someone else. I'll get an answer to see if I can prove myself. And I don't know what to say, and I don't know what to do. All I know is I wanna spend my whole life with you. And I don't know where to stand, and I don't know where to stay. All I want is to get back the love from yesterday. This love is water soaked, and we can buy the rain. I'm lost for answers, something I cannot explain. You told me, baby, everything is gonna be alright. So here I'm standing, alone and dark, walking in the night. And I don't know what to say, and I don't know what to do. All I know is I wanna spend my whole life with you. And I don't know where to stand, and I don't know where to stay. I just want to get back the love from yesterday. So far that we lost our tracks. Oh, we walked for miles and we're nowhere near the destination that we want so clear. Oh, night draws in and the stars they say, oh they say, hey there friend, do you know the way home? Oh, we're never gonna make it, we're never gonna make it home. Home is where your heart lies, never gonna make it, never gonna make it home. Home is where your heart is. Home is where your heart lies now. I say hello to the local man, the man with candles in his camper van. Oh, he tells a tale of life well lived, and he said treat it right because life's a gift. Oh, the fire's on and we're all set up for a night of joy and some sweet, sweet love. The long walk home may have took its toll, baby, that's okay because we're not yet old. Oh, we're never gonna make it, we're never gonna make it home. Home is where your heart lies, never gonna make it, never gonna make it home. Home is where your heart is. Home is where your heart lies now. And when we're falling down, I know we're gonna get back up. And when we're falling down, we're falling in and out of love. And when we're falling down, I know we're not giving up. Home is where your heart is.
Hey guys, I know that you're waiting for Johnny. He is on his way, I believe. We think he's just got lost in the crowd, so he should be here very shortly, and we will still have a panel for you. So stick around and wait for Johnny. It'll be here hopefully very shortly. Letters sent and thrown away. Haven't got a word to say. Ticking boxes pave the way. All in a day. Reminiscing days of you. Days of justice, days of truth. Someone else's point of view.
of the times, making up minds and choosing sides. Don't let it go, don't let it go. Desperation fills the air, bringing people to despair. On the streets now for our rights, giving us the chance to fight. Sign of the times, sign of the times, making up minds and choosing sides. Don't let it go, don't let it go. All hope disappears, taken with the budgeteers. We try to string along and feel like we belong. Don't let it go and don't give up hope.
Check. All right.
Hey, you
Hey.
made it. Look who we've got, everybody.
Hey.
It's Johnny Young Bosch.
So I was sitting in the back of the other stage, like, boy, when do I go on? Wrong place, though. Thanks for waiting, guys. Thank you.
Well, I think that's a brilliant start because it plays into the fact that I know you said online before that you kind of are prone to awkward moments, funny awkward moments,
Oh,
like the
yeah.
homeless woman and the quarters.
And no
things like
matter
that.
what, yeah, I've always stuffed my foot in my mouth moment, everywhere.
Any awkward moments recently?
Recently, I'm sure I usually block them out, but yeah, I know there was one. Definitely. Oh, well, there's kids around here. Let's see.
It's always a good start to an
Yeah.
awkward moment.
Let's move on to something else. I'll
Yeah,
think of
let's
something
do
else.
that. So, welcome to the UK. It's good
Thank
to
you.
have you here.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, obviously you do lots of conventions all over the place. Have you done many in Europe?
Not a whole lot, no. Yeah, definitely. I can count them in my hand. I think I haven't done that many, but.
And is
yeah.
there much of a difference for you between going to the different places, the fans that you encounter, or the places themselves?
You know what? In the beginning, it was very different because some shows weren't here yet. Like I think Bleach was maybe one of the first shows that I think was. Well, actually, when I first came here, it was London. I think it was MCM. It was MCM, and it was London. It was years ago. And I don't remember exactly, like 2009 or somewhere in there. And I remember half the stuff that I had worked on, nobody even knew about. It was mostly just Power Rangers. So that's one thing I find is like it takes a bit longer for things to show up, or at least then it did. Now it's fairly quick because
Yeah.
people can get them.
Find everything online, right?
Exactly.
Well, I certainly remember who the Power Rangers. Has anyone asked you to say it's Morphin time yet?
I've had to say it once
Yeah?
today already.
Just
yes.
once?
Yeah.
Just once?
Just once so far. Yeah.
And so speaking of Power Rangers, do you, there you guys are. What's your kind of, I mean, obviously when you joined, you were taking over as the Black Ranger from Zach Taylor, who's played by Walter Jones. Did he give you any advice at all about taking on the role?
No. Well, he wasn't there. So it was more like they got rid of him and then they hired us, you know. So it was like a weird situation, you know. So we were in scenes with, you know, if they shot it, basically you'd see our face and the backs of Zach, you know, because it wasn't really them. It was like these stand-ins. They just needed the back of their heads to look like them.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they, you know, that situation was a little weird, I think, for them as far as that. For me, I was just coming onto a show. I didn't know what the situation was. And I didn't meet Walter until later. Like they had like a house party.
Oh, yeah?
And that's where I got to meet him. But we didn't really talk about it that much because I didn't know if it was like a sore thing for him, and it was just like he was totally cool with me then, and we're totally cool now. But yeah.
Yeah, you guys do a lot of stuff together still. Like you know, the Power Rangers crew. You've done movies together.
Well, there's the Order film, which Karen is doing, and that was we worked on that. I mean, I worked on the trailer, but I haven't done anything since then. No.
And so, in terms of the Power Rangers, you've done actually you've played different Power Rangers within the sort of franchise. So obviously, Power Rangers, Alien, Power Rangers, and Zeo. What's your favorite Power Ranger? Would you say?
I mean, I was always the same person. I just changed my spandex. So.
So then, what's your favorite spandex?
I think I preferred. I didn't really like spandex, but unless you like walking around in your underwear all day, which some people do.
Some people do.
No. But no, I think I prefer black. I think green makes me look pale. I think it's probably because of my half Asian complexion. But yeah, I prefer black.
And I remember seeing Adam with the big hair and like the 80s kind of look. So was it ever hard to get that helmet on?
You're talking about Turbo with the big hair, yeah. Well, see, all right, so they actually made me grow my hair out.
Yeah.
Because in between, like during Zeo, there's a moment where, well, it's actually maybe even before that, where we had the kids, right? We got turned into kids, and then I thought we had a hiatus, so we had a break, and I was like, oh, sweet, I'm out of here, and I was like, I'm going to take a vacation, and I shaved my head, and then like a week later, they were like, oh, we need you guys back, and I was like, wait, what? I thought we had like a few weeks. And then, so they're like, at first I thought it was punishment, like you can't cut your hair, so I wasn't allowed to cut my hair. And then they made me continually grow it out until it was like, just, it looked terrible. It looked like Brandon Lee from The Crow, but like dry and like fluffy, mixed like Peter Brady-ish, It was terrible. And, but then I found out the reason was because Jason Frank, who had long hair, who they spent hours straightening in the morning and did nothing to mine, he was thinking about possibly leaving the show, and they wanted me to grow my hair out so that maybe I could fool kids into thinking I was Tommy. Which was weird. I was like, who's the kids? They're not going to fall for that. I'm clearly not the same person. But when I went to Mexico to do this tree planting thing and house building thing or whatever, when I was there, the kids recognized me from Power Rangers, but they kept calling me Tommy. I was like, no, I was Adam. And they're like, Tommy. I was like, no, Adam, Tommy. I was like, fine, all right, I'm Tommy. Yeah, anyways.
It's a little confusing sometimes.
Yeah. It's very confusing, half Asian and white.
For the kids, clearly.
Not in the mornings for me. In the morning, you'd be able to tell. Like, my eyes, I'm like, hello. My eyes are very squinty in the morning. That's racist, I'm sorry. Half of me is offended by that.
Oh my God. Well, actually, I was watching what you got with Jason Frank. You did a little skit which involved Deadpool for Bat in the Sun.
Oh,
what was that about?
The waiting room. Yes. That
that's
right
fun.
there. Yeah, that was. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. It's kind of funny. We're not really sure what we're waiting for, but there's always like these, like superheroes or whatever are in this waiting room, and they bump into each other, and I don't know how to explain it. It's just weird, and there was no script, so
really?
even the day before, I was like texting them. I was like, hey, I didn't get a script or anything for this thing that we're shooting tomorrow, and I just got like LOLs and ha ha ha, what script? And I'm like, no, really, I didn't get a script. And they're like, there is no script. I was like, oh, all right. And so basically,
Time to improv.
Yeah, there's a lot of improv, and they just like gave us a scenario, and then we just kind of just
went
played.
with it.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, Jason Frank's also one of the Power Rangers, and certainly when at that time when you guys were doing the show together, it was a phenomenon, really. at that time. Did you have any idea kind of how successful it was, or when did you kind of first realize that it was?
Well, I knew that it was popular. I didn't know how popular it was, but being there, like, I was basically, when I got hired on, it was already a fast-moving train.
Yep.
And I noticed as soon as I was on set and we would shoot something, afterwards there was just crowds of people waiting. And so we'd go sign autographs or whatever. So I knew instantly that it was, and anywhere I went, because I lived where we worked, so if I went out to eat or if I went to Six Flags and ride roller coasters, wherever I went, there were people there that would recognize me. And it was just one of those things where you couldn't really go out without, you know, having to talk about it or sign things or whatever. So,
yeah. It's that huge. So did you feel like you had to kind of play the role all the time? Because you certainly, I guess, were a role model at the time. Did you have to behave?
Yeah, I did, yes. And I mean, I was young, you know, but, and stupid, but I can't say that in my head screwed on right, but I didn't do a whole lot of terrible things, you know, but I did know that, you know, people were watching, really, you know. And so, yeah, there's that responsibility, of course.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was kind of cool that way, too, you know.
Because it was a kids' show, obviously, but it did touch on serious themes like with betrayal bullying and the
bullying,
self-esteem.
yeah, of course.
And Adam sort of works through that using martial arts. Did that resonate with you at all?
Absolutely. Well, kind of. I was a shy kid. I got beat up and picked on my entire life. The only difference is once I learned martial arts, I started to become that bully.
Yeah.
Like I would basically then... But I mean, I was fighting bullies, but that was like it was not a good thing for me. Like I learned martial arts so that I could beat up people, basically. Yeah. And then so if some bully was doing something, I would actually go and start a fight. But that was because I had a lot of anger issues, you know, that much later kind of came out, and then I had to work through those things as well. Yeah, so my situation may be a little bit different from Adam, but you know, kind of similar in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And did you have any martial arts role models yourself?
Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, Yun Bio, yeah, Billy Chong. There's like a ton of them. I grew up on like Sunday matinee Kung Fu theater. Yeah. So whereas these guys had like, you know, Power Rangers or whatever other shows, like I had Kung Fu theater and, you know, and Popeye. So,
random mix.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Well, from Power Rangers, obviously moved on to do lots of other stuff, including lots of voice acting and anime. And I know you guys are fans of those Naruto and Bleach, Akira. There's loads there. What would you say is kind of the most popular role at the moment for you?
You know, it varies. Everywhere I go, it's a little bit different. Mm-hmm. In some places, it's, oh, get that out of here. So weird. I don't like that picture. I don't know why I don't like it. It's just
the
a weird
look.
I don't know. It's annoying me that it's that's all right. That's actually better.
That's better.
Now I forgot the question entirely.
Popular role.
Popular. Ichigo has always been popular. Vash. Nero's one of my favorites. Some of Ichigo, but Code Geass, Lelouch. Although here a lot of people call it Geass. Code Geass, and I'm like, no, Geass, please say it that way. Sounds weird when you say it any other way. But yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I don't really have a favorite. There's a lot of moments in each one that I kind of like, you know.
Any particulars?
Nero from Devil May Cry 4 would be one of my favorites.
Yeah, that sounds like a popular one.
I mean, that was one of my favorites because... Well, for instance, when I work on an anime specifically, you know, it's already animated. And so I've got to match these flaps and I got to time it out. And so it's a different kind of thing. Whereas Devil May Cry as Nero, it was a script. So I got to make all those choices. So instead with anime, if they animated him screaming, crying, I got to do exactly that, you know, or at least my interpretation of that. Whereas I had a script and I could make those choices. I want to scream here, or I want to take this internally, or whatever, you know. The other nice thing is I got to do all the motion capture in Japan.
Right.
So it's my first time in Japan. You know, I'm back in spandex, which wasn't a plus. And then I had these shiny balls all over, and I'm like, I wasn't doing this. That would be really weird. And they go, this game sucks. All Nero does is this. Fight, Nero. This game's terrible.
Did you have to actually like do the martial arts moves?
Yeah,
then,
we
the
had to
motion
do
capture?
action stuff. They did have stunt guys doing a lot of wire rigging. But we got to do a ton of. That was actually one of the main reasons why I was, cast, is because voiceover and because of my martial arts ability. So.
And was that the same in Power Rangers? Was that partly the reason you were cast for that role? Because you already had the martial
Not
arts
for my
background?
acting. It was definitely not because of acting. It was more martial arts and Asian kid is what they were going for. Yeah.
Yeah. And so at the moment with all your anime projects, have you got anything particular coming up?
Well, there's a few things coming up that I can't talk about, and which is unfortunately that's just how it is. We always sign NDAs, and so as much as I want to talk about a lot of the things that I'm working on, some things I'm not really sure if I can talk about. Other things I know I can't, so I just kind of stay away from that. The things I can talk about is. Well, I don't know, actually. Blue Exorcist, I think, is the only thing I can talk about, which anything that's already been announced, so there are certainly other things out there that I can't wait to talk about, but I got an email the other day from a producer for a show that's already been announced, but my name hasn't been announced yet.
Okay.
And so they're like, don't say anything, even if people ask. And I'm like, but...
Lie, just lie.
It's like, even if my voice is on the teaser or whatever, I can't say anything until they say my name. So it's kind of...
Wow.
Which in most cases, people are like, that's Johnny. That's definitely
They
Johnny.
already know.
Yeah.
And are there any kind of games or that you're playing at the moment or anime that you're watching?
Anime... There's not an anime that I'm watching. Although I watched Ghost in the Shell, the recent movie. That's not where it was an anime, but I am going to go back and watch the anime after watching it just to remember some of the things and see.
What did you think of it?
I enjoyed it. Yeah. I mean, at first I was like, when it first was like, Scarlett was in it, and I was like, I was kind of really hoping to see like an Asian, But after seeing the movie, I'm like, okay, it still works, definitely still works. And she did great in it. Yeah.
So, guys, if you want to ask Johnny a question, do you want to...
Too bad. I'm out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Is it this thing right here? It is.
What is that? I'm going to kick that to the ground. Sorry.
It's a lightsaber.
All right, do you want to stand up for me?
Sorry, guys, I'm really immature. Now you're going to sit down in this chair and interview me.
Hi,
What are you doing with that sword?
Well, it's really cool. I've made it out of cardboard myself.
Nice job.
What is your favorite line as Ichigo?
Oh, gosh, my favorite line is Ichigo. I'm not really sure. There's a lot of moments I really enjoyed, but one of the moments would be, I know I can't get too close. Rukia, why do your drawings suck so bad? That was kind of fun to say. Bankai is always fun to shout, Did somebody say go on? Bankai! Clears the throat up in the morning. It's perfect.
Awesome. We actually had a Twitter question for you. I'll just find it.
Yep.
With regards to the anime lines, and to quote Vash the Stampede, it was a question from John Fairclough. Do you think this world needs more love and peace?
That's the question? Is that like you want a real answer? Does the world need more love and peace? Absolutely, yes, definitely. Just look at the news. My goodness,
crazy.
yeah. Even just, And the news is it's very different when I was watching the news here than when I was watching what I see in the States. And I try not to see too much because it's always just bad news. But just seeing all that's going on right now everywhere, it's just, I don't know.
Don't watch the news.
It's very depressing that, it's depressing that the people that are in charge of our countries are just sometimes so self-centered and narcissistic, and they don't, even though they say that they care for the common man, they don't, and it's just unfortunate the way that the world is.
Okay, another question over here.
Hi, Johnny. Big fan. Just wondering, I know that Bleach and stuff has gotten quite big and stuff. Is there any anime that you have dubbed which you sort of thought, would be really good and have a big fan following that hasn't sort of like caught on like Bleach or something like that, really?
So an anime that I've worked on that I thought was going to be good but wasn't well received. Well, one that like Wolf's Rain is a really good anime, but not a lot of people saw it, and there was like virtually no merchandise, and they didn't really push it. So it is a good show, but people just didn't see it. Now there have been games that I worked on where I didn't really know the story. I just knew what I was doing and my part, and I was like, man, this is gonna be amazing. And then I never heard about it, or it was just released actually I think it was just released in the UK and nowhere else. And so I don't even remember the name of it. Yes, it was called something when I was working on it, and then something totally different when I found out later. Sometimes that's another thing with voiceover. A lot of the games especially, they won't tell you the exact name or the title, or they'll give you like initials, or they'll fool you, just so if you can't talk about it, A random story real quick. I worked on this game, and I don't know the name of this game, but I got called in to do some miscellaneous stuff, and I go in, and I was like, yeah, what am I doing? He's like, you're going to be Goblin number 13. And I was like, oh, okay. So I go look through the sides, or the script so I can see what I'm doing, and it's all just vowels. It's like, O, A, E, I, and I'm like, what is this? I was like, what is all this stuff under Goblin 13? It's like, well, it's goblin noises. And I was like, what? It's like, just goblin noises. And I was like, I don't know any goblins. What do you mean? It's like, just make a goblin noise. And I was like, I was kind of freaked out because I'd never done anything like that, monster noises or anything, And I had a guinea pig when I was little that I would talk to occasionally, and so I kind of like reached back there, and I was like, and they're like, perfect. And so for like 4 hours, I was like, you're falling off a cliff, onto a spike, and it's just like that for 4 hours, just screaming, and don't know what the name of the game is, but basically burnt out my throat, and was like, after the 4 hours, I was like, thanks for the session, guys. And I was supposed to work on this new show where I'm supposed to do a young kid voice, but I couldn't because I was like hoarse, and I was like, is this gonna work? And they're like, no, you're fired. And so I lost like a whole series, and over this game that I don't even know the name of. I was just Goblin number 13. So if you're playing a game and you hear a, you can be like, that's Johnny. That's that game. Whatever.
So we don't have that much time left, I'm afraid.
Because I was late. I'm sorry.
Because we have more guests coming on shortly. But what we do want to do is get you to do a couple of quick fire questions. So if you want to reach into our TARDIS and pull out a question.
Ooh. Whoa, I get sucked in. Who is your favorite Marvel Avenger? Spider-Man. Saw the new one. The new one's really good.
It's really good.
Yeah. Do you prefer Halloween or Christmas? Oh, that's tough. Christmas. Am I supposed to save these?
No, it's fine. You can just come in.
Do you prefer Ghostbusters or Back to the Future? Back to the Future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Does anybody prefer Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
Do you? All right. Just you two. All right. Do you prefer aliens or demons? Oh, Oh, that's a tough one. I don't know. I don't know. Soul Reapers? Yeah, but I like Aliens, the movie. I'm going to say Aliens. How long do I have?
2 more.
Okay. Lord of the Rings or Lord of the Rings? Come on. Do you prefer dragons or dinosaurs? Dragons, of course.
Last one.
All right, last one. I was just going to keep going.
Yeah.
Do you prefer losing an arm or losing a leg? It's a terrible question. I don't prefer either. But if I had to choose, I guess I would lose an arm. That's depressing. What a wonderful last question.
Okay,
for me.
one more question then. Let's pick up the beat. Yeah, go for it.
All right, last one for real. Here we
last
go.
one.
Thank you guys for being here. What is your TV guilty pleasure? All right. Man, I watch a lot of TV. Well, Netflix. I watch a lot of Netflix and whatever and Hulu whenever I travel. And lately, it's super cheesy for me to say this. I've been watching Nashville.
Yeah?
It's basically just like a soap opera. It's so pathetic. And I was so upset one time. Well, actually now, because I get here and I can't watch it here because of the region. And so I'm not able to.
So you're having Nashville withdrawal at the
Yes.
moment? Oh my God.
Isn't that pathetic?
Well, it's so great having you here. And
Thank you, guys.
we can talk to you, Johnny, later at the signings. And sorry. We know that you have to go, but it's great to have you here. Everyone, give a massive round of applause to Johnny Young Bosch.
Thank you guys so much. So I'm just going to be at my table.
Yeah, so go see him at his
Just hanging
table.
out. I'm going to teleport out. Sorry, I lost the power.
Midnight, moonlight, please don't let me fall asleep. You save me, aid me, crutch me when I feel a little weak. Pictures on a wall, your gorgeous face smiling back at me. Memory is all that we will ever need. Oh, here we go. Oh, to and fro. Days like these, you're my best friend. Days like these, this love could never end. You drive me crazy, can't you see? There's days when you're my worst enemy. Like days like these. Everything will be alright. I'll hold you close throughout the night. Everything will be alright. Tonight we're gonna get it right. Everything will be alright. I'll hold you close throughout the night. Everything will be alright. Tonight we're gonna get it right. Everything will be alright. I'll hold you close throughout the night. Everything will be alright. Tonight we're gonna get it right. Days like these, you're my best friend. Days like these, this love could never end. You drive me crazy, can't you see? There's days when you're my worst enemy. Like these, days like these.
This is my first single. This is called Give It Up, Up. Hope you like it.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, race all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll fly. Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly.
Hello, hello. Hey, we're here. We are back on the MCM Buzz stage. It's good to see you guys. Are you ready to ask these guys some questions? Please welcome back to our stage the cast of Class. Hi. So how are you guys doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Good.
How are we doing?
Yeah.
Very happy. Oh, does this work?
Is it on? Check.
Check it.
No.
Hold on, I can tell you.
Switch it.
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, I've just got a tiny voice. There you go. Very happy to be at Comic Con in Manchester. I love being in the north anyway, but
Love being in the north, did you say?
yeah. It's so nice hearing like northern accents.
Yeah.
Here because in London I'm like the only
The only
northern
north-
one.
Yeah, it's weird for me.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm a foreigner now.
I love the Manchester accent though.
Yeah.
Like the yeah.
Can you guys do the accent?
No, not even going to attempt it.
No,
Don't.
especially not here.
Blanket no. Because it is great to see you guys back on the stage. And obviously, yes, we know you from the class as a bunch of kids from Shoreditch. So it's a little bit different being here. Have you guys met many of the fans yet? What's been happening on the floor?
Yeah, we've been doing some signing and everyone's been super nice and it's just been nice to see everyone again and talk about and think about the show again because it's been a minute. So yeah.
Have you guys seen much of each other since you finished filming? Because it's been a little while, hasn't it?
We see each other mostly at these now, don't we?
Yeah, for me and Greg, me and Viv have seen each other quite a lot.
Yeah, because it's only because Greg lives in Bournemouth.
Yeah, I
so
don't live in
it's-
London.
Yeah.
But we live in London.
Viv did a play. I went to go see her, and
Yeah.
she was phenomenal.
Supporting me always.
Yeah, and we hang out quite a lot, which is really nice.
And what play have you just been in?
An Octoroon at the Orange Tree Theatre in Richmond. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun, yeah.
Fantastic. And obviously now that you're not playing school kids anymore, what have you guys been up to otherwise? Obviously you've been in the play.
I've just done an advert. Flew out to Prague to do that, where I had to be in my underwear, which was quite fun.
That was the first thing we heard about this morning. Greg loves being naked.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's pretty great.
Even in Prague?
Yeah. So that was fun. That's what I've been keeping myself busy with, and just lots of auditions and stuff. Yeah.
Just chilling out, staying
I'd
naked.
say trying to grow my hair.
Staying naked.
Growing the hair.
Yeah.
I've been doing a couple of short films. I've been writing a lot. I have a friend who we've planned for ages to make a film together, so it's in the process. Very early days. And I was going to say I've been fighting lots, but it just sounds like I've been having brawls in the street. I haven't. I've been doing like quite a lot of boxing and kickboxing because I got a taste of doing stunts as April and doing the sword work, and I loved it. So yeah, it's been kind
Fantastic.
of like trying to go against my tiny frame and like maybe what my casting would naturally be, and I'm trying to break that barrier.
So what are you into at the moment then?
I've just been doing loads of boxing.
Mini boxing.
Cool. Watch out.
You're going to take everyone on later.
Be our bodyguard.
Yeah.
Well, I think it kind of goes with the theme of the fact that you're kind of now the Shadow King. Or should we say Shadow Queen? I'm not sure.
Well, she still said that she was the king, so
Mm.
I like that. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with that cliffhanger.
I know, because it is quite a bit of a cliffhanger.
Big cliffhanger, yeah.
So do you know now, can you confirm at all whether there's going to be any sequel or any series 2?
I wish we could. Like, obviously, we're all hoping for it.
Yeah, we're all hoping.
It was the most fun we've ever had. And I can
Yeah.
say that because we've collectively said it over and over again.
Yeah.
We're not just
We
talking
reiterate
about
it
it.
all the time.
But yeah, we hope so. We don't know. I'm so sorry. We can't give you an exclusive.
Sorry.
Because I know that the fans are also wondering, obviously a lot of the Doctor Who spin-offs are, a lot of the Doctor Who spin-offs then kind of are reprised in the Big Finish audio productions. Is that something you've been approached to do at all?
Not yet, but I think Big Finish would be a great thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure that will happen at some point. I'd be surprised if it didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be really cool to do some audio stuff with Class. If especially if there isn't going to be a second series, then it would be really cool to wrap it up in that way.
If you want it, ask for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. And when speaking of the Shadow King, because I was getting a little bit confused. There's a Shadow King and there's a Shadow Kin. But I guess the Shadow Kin have gone now, and it's just the Shadow King left.
So it was like Korakynus was basically the Shadow King, but
Shadow
they
Kin
are
King.
Shadowkin. The people are called Shadowkin. Yeah. But that's why he was called Korakynus, I think, to avoid that sort of confusion between the two. But yeah.
The tongue twister.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And April, now in Korakynus' body, that's going to be a bit hard to live with.
Mate, that's going to be so hot wearing all those prosthetics. Yeah, I really hope that's wrapped up in episode 1 of season 2 if it happens, so I can get back to. I'm happy in my own skin, which I think is it's quite a nice thing to be able to say. But I really am. I don't want to be like a charcoal monster for very long.
Not the best look. Not exactly.
Oh, hey, Ram. No.
And so you're the king, and Greg, you're essentially playing a Rhodian prince. So Tanya, are you some sort of secret royalty as well?
In my mind, always.
And in our heart.
Just a queen.
But yeah, no, I think I'm pretty badass now. Like I fought the Shadow Kin. Obviously, I'm an orphan as well now. So yeah, I haven't.
You got newly acquired skills from like combat
Yeah,
skills.
yeah,
from
yeah.
Quill,
I'm good
which
at
is
fighting.
exciting.
That was like the quickest fight lesson ever.
Truly, I'm a fast learner.
Yeah.
Like, luckily. No, yeah. That was fun to do. But yeah, that'll be interesting to see where that takes her.
Yeah. And because obviously we see you guys fighting aliens and, you know, dealing with sort of rips in time and space. But do you feel like, as you do, but do you feel the show is more about that or more kind of about the underlying sort of hardships and grievances that the kids have to go through?
I think it was always the forefront. It was always drama, and it was always it was really important that it addressed real issues and teen issues, and then there was this story which is the fabric that kept us together, and then on top of that was the sci-fi and the fights and stuff.
Yeah.
But whatever happens, you come back and you've got this bunch of misfits. So I think that's really
universal
important.
theme. Yeah.
And certainly, I know we've talked about the budding relationships on the show before, certainly between like Charlie and Mateus. But I have to ask you, Sophie, what was it like when you first realised that you were going to have the bedroom scene with Ram?
Oh, I was so scared. Really, really scared. Yeah, we both were, and it's like you must know like how tight we all are by now. Like, we're all very good friends. But even Faddy and I, in between takes, we'd be like, okay, and like would go to other sides of the room and couldn't look at each other.
So was that the first time you'd done a scene like that?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know about Faddy, but it was for me.
Yeah, it was Faddy's as well. It's Faddy's
was
first
it?
go, yeah.
Our director at the time, Philippa, was lovely and very understanding, and I'm very glad that I had her, who was very kind of empathetic and quite. She was there for us as a friend as well as a director. So having her, she was very supportive and was just like, "We'll go at your pace, do what you want to do." Yeah.
And Tanya, because I think a lot of the fans were wondering, is there actually something between you and Ram, or was it just platonic?
Just platonic. Yeah, I think you never really get to see a platonic male and female friendship. Yeah, and I just think they because they love each other a lot, but it's just as friends. I think it's really nice to see just a male and female friendship that's completely desexualized, and it is just what it is at face value. Yeah, and yeah, it's a lot like mine and Faddy's.
Yeah.
It was really easy to do because me and Faddy are really close. So yeah, no, I don't think. Yeah.
So obviously, because Faddy's not here, I think now is the perfect time to kind of dish the dirt on him a little bit. Tell us something we don't know about Faddy.
Like, he knows the first line to every song in the world and no other lines, so he sings the same line over and over again.
Was it
And
cauliflower?
it ends up being the wrong tune.
Was it cauliflower that he thought was called white broccoli or something?
Yeah,
Was it that? Yeah. That was hilarious.
Just renaming stuff.
Yeah, as he sees fit.
Tiny trees.
Tiny trees. Yeah.
What else?
Faddy's
There's
pretty
so
much
much dirt. He's an angel. But
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Faddy's quite face value. Like, what you see is what you get with
Yeah.
Faddy mostly.
Mhm.
Like, he's just a lovely, genuine guy. Has a bit of a naughty side,
Yeah.
but doesn't
I
everyone?
feel like there's a story to tell there.
I'm sure there is, but I'm not sure I could say it.
I think a lot of the time, like the tagline of the show was, "Where's Faddy?" He'd be like, "Ooh, shiny."
Yeah.
He'd be somewhere
He'd
else.
just run off somewhere.
Yeah. He got into quite a lot of trouble for taking pictures of the Doctor Who props cupboard. We all did it, but
He was the only one that
his
posted
Snapchat-
it
He loves
online.
posting stuff on his Snapchat and
Yeah.
like his Instagram, and then he posted a photo. Actually, sorry for spoilers, before we knew that there.
Just say the Doctor Who monster that comes at the end.
The Doctor Who monster that's in the end, he posted a photo with it way before we even knew that it was actually going to be in the end. And so he gave away something kind of accidentally.
Pivotal.
Yeah, it was really
But we
funny
had
though.
no idea.
It was such an
Yeah.
accident, but it was
Well,
such
it was the
funny
day that we got the script, wasn't it?
No, it was way before that.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
Or, like,
so
at
funny
least-
because it was like the day he posted it the day we got the script, and then we got the script.
I think
thought
it was
that
around
it.
the time. I think it was near
Yeah.
the time, but yeah, it was funny.
Well, I think we can talk about The Weeping Angel because fans have watched it. We know about it. They're all wondering. I'm certainly wondering what's going to happen. Oh, if you've got any inkling about what the arrival is.
Oh, it's that carving terrifies me that you see
Yeah.
in the governor's behind the scenes. Yeah, it's like this carving that's been pieced together, and it's a giant angel looming over London. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't think it's good.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well.
No, it doesn't. For some reason, it doesn't. Yeah.
And I've always been creeped out by the Weeping Angels, and I'm wondering, is there anything on set that particularly creeped you guys out?
Oh God, what have you thought of?
It's really crass. From episode 2, where there's the dragon that takes skin off people's bodies.
Yeah.
Millennium, who do our special effects, are incredible. But so they'd gone to such detail on one of the bodies that
Oh, yeah, I know
it
what you're
had
talking about.
every hair in the right place, and it had it had very realistic nipples and fingernails,
I forgot
and
about
that grossed me out a lot.
Greg, you look like you're reliving it. You're cringing.
that
Right?
was an experience, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
seeing the special effects was incredible. We had buckets and buckets of blood.
Yeah.
Most of it ended up on Faddy.
Yeah.
But
What was that stuff made of? That kind of sticky blood.
It wasn't
stuff?
treacle, was it?
No.
no, I've had that before. In the height of summer, the fake blood was made of golden syrup and food colouring.
Yeah, that's-
And we
Oh
were
my
filming
God.
outside, and I've never been such a wasp trap in my life.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's actually dangerous.
Yes.
Dangerous blood.
Yes,
Wow.
it is.
So, guys, if you want to ask any questions, you can stick your hands out for me, and I'll come round to you. You know what to do? Yeah.
Mine's for Greg.
Hey.
What was it like doing that film scene with Mateus? That scene right before your wedding.
Yeah, it was good fun actually. It was also my first sexual scene. So yeah, no, I had a really good time doing it. Honestly, it was just a laugh. Jordan plays Mateus.
Stop scratching your leg. It looks
oh,
rude when you're talking
sorry.
about this.
I had an itch, Sophie. Jesus, where's your mind going? Yeah, no. As I said, we had a really good time. We just laughed about it. We were both kind of like, so this is a little bit weird, but yeah, we just got on with it, and we had a very good laugh about it. And my
That's
wife
all
was
you
actually
can
very,
do.
yeah, my wife was fine about it. I think she kind of liked it actually. Yeah.
Any more questions?
how would you like the friendship in like the whole group to develop? Because I know there are certain, like, obviously Charlie and Mateus, Ram and April, and then Tanya and Ram, and they've got like the certain little friendship groups, but how would you like them to develop as a whole?
I don't know. It's all very ruptured. It's all left very ruptured at the end of episode 8.
No one's speaking to each other.
Yeah. I feel like
I would like them to be friends again.
I don't know. I feel like I'd like to honor them, what the sort of schism in their friend group, and see what that creates. Yeah, because I feel like TV shows are always like, okay, there's like everyone's not friends for like one episode and then they're friends again. Yeah. But I'd like to explore what it's like to have a ruptured friendship group, and like how to really having to work on that and to come back together naturally. Like obviously ultimately becoming friends again, but or not if they feel like they have irreconcilable differences. Yeah.
Also, you and me might have a bit of a battle because you are technically now the Shadow King. Now you've killed the king.
Yeah.
So that might cause tension or an alliance. I don't know. But I mean, Tanya's she's tiring of Charlie's his royal habits, all of that. Yeah, but the way that he carries himself. So imagine how he's going to be like now he's a king.
Yeah, I'm not going to have any time for it. I didn't have time for it before.
That'll be fun. I'll like to do some more of those scenes.
Yeah.
That was a good scene.
Yeah, you can maybe test out your fighting skills on Charlie.
You can try
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd win that one.
Me and Quill would so fight you.
Yeah, bring it.
He's a
black belt.
I don't care. I'd still win.
Yeah.
Well, we've got to mention Miss Quill as well. She's a fantastic character.
Yeah.
And but she's going to be a mother, sort of, maybe. We think. How do you think she'll fare, sort of, with motherhood at the moment?
Providing her litter doesn't eat her first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she's already softened a little bit. I don't think Quill
Yeah.
from day one would have been as tolerant or caring for Tanya as you saw in episode 8. So it's already triggering changes in her. But I hope her sass stays because
that'll
she's
never
got the
leave.
best one-liners I've ever heard.
Yeah.
What's your favourite scenes, would you say, with her?
Oh, with Quill specifically, it's got to be the stapler, right?
Yeah.
No. When she threw the stapler.
Threw the stapler at the Ofsted
robot
person.
Yeah.
Yeah. And her just spewing off tons of obscenities.
And leave us! We are decorating! That's a classic.
That was really good fun. We felt like we were going crazy that day because we were in the school hall, which actually is huge. And it started off being just little me for about half of the day, fighting with my own shadow, which I've never been so bruised, but it was really good fun. And then gradually, Greg and Quill joined, and with that one-liner, the leave us with decorating. It's iconic, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, how is that then, fighting with your own shadow and, fighting against sort of tears in space and things like that, acting to sort of things that aren't really there?
It's very weird. Very, very weird.
You're fighting, like,
a green
tennis
man.
balls, green men and X's on the floor a lot of the time. So it takes a lot of imagination.
And confidence, because obviously there's like 10 people in the room and you're like screaming at the floor and nothing's there and you look like you're having a breakdown. But no, comes out good. So
get to vent. Yeah. So we have a few questions for you guys to answer in our little apps TARDIS here.
Love it.
And so if you guys want to just pull out questions, they're just sort of quick fire ones.
You go
So I'm going to
first.
pop this here.
Right, okay. Ooh.
You can each answer.
Okay, right. Do you prefer Ghostbusters or Back to the Future? Back to the Future.
Back to Future.
I said it, but I didn't have my mic on. I'm sorry. Back to the Future.
They're actually both before our time, aren't they? Really, but
yeah, timeless classic.
yeah, but yeah, Back to the Future. Do you want to go?
Okay, yeah. Oh no. What's your TV guilty pleasure?
1, 2, 3.
Love
Island.
Yeah.
Me too.
Love Island. Yeah, I love Love Island. Absolutely
Did you watch it
loved
with us last year?
No.
I'm
Yeah,
so
No, I did. I
sorry
watched a little
about
bit
it.
of
Yeah,
it.
you watched it and
yeah.
you were like, oh my god, this is unreal. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I watched the
know
whole
how
series
bad
this year.
it is, and like
It's
a
not
lot
even
of
bad.
people
Do you know
shaking
what?
your
I'm not
head.
apologising for loving
No, I'm
Love
not
Island
apologising. It's
anymore.
great.
It's great television.
It's a very interesting study of how people work and how not to be.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's your turn, mate.
I love to fist a TARDIS. Do you prefer Halloween or Christmas?
Halloween.
Oh, Christmas.
I'm a big Scrooge though. I really hate Christmas. Completely overshadows my birthday. Yeah.
No, that's actually quite
not
tricky.
there for
When's
it.
your birthday? I'm
30th
sorry, I don't
of
know.
December.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Sad times. Sad
Mine's a
times.
month before Christmas, so I
That's
feel
also
you.
pretty, yeah.
I love investing time in making a costume, as a lot of you will be able
Appreciate.
to appreciate. Yeah.
Has anyone done Alton Towers on Halloween?
Doesn't look like it.
You need to get Alton Towers on Halloween. It is the best.
Alton Towers, the place where the
Scarefest.
roller coaster derailed. Is that Alton Towers?
Yeah.
Don't go to
Bit
Alton
morbid.
Towers.
Don't listen
Don't
to
go
her.
to Alton
Don't listen to
Towers.
her.
Do they dress the place up?
Yeah, it's so good. It's so creepy during Halloween. So that's actually a toss-up for me, but I'm going to say Christmas.
I'd like to do one of those. What is it called? Like 2.1 hours later. There's like a living the zombie thing.
They have loads of those in there.
That'd be really fun for Halloween. But I have this recurring zombie dream, so maybe it's not the best thing for me to do.
What
I will
happens
forever
in
be
your
haunted.
recurring dream?
Huh?
What happens in your recurring dream?
The world is full of zombies and I'm trying to hide and trying to work out an escape plan. I don't know what I'd do if that ever happened.
You haven't figured it out yet.
No. My dreams never
Maybe
end
it's
up
like a
very well.
game and like you haven't figured out the right way to get out yet, and so
I haven't
it
got the
keeps
cheats.
resetting every night until you get it right.
Don't know.
I don't know.
Do you prefer dragons or dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
Dragons. Explain yourself, Sophie. Why dinosaurs?
Because my best friend as a child wanted to be a paleontologist.
Ah, okay, cool.
And dinosaurs are great.
Yeah, they're just sort of like old men.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I
You
think
have to
when I
explain that.
I don't know, like, because they're so old. Well, they would be so old, and they're just like, I just think when I think of like a dinosaur, I think of like my granddad, just really old and wise and slow, and but I'm more like a dragon.
You are a dragon on a morning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I know, I'm a bit like a dinosaur today. I'm quite tired and sleepy and old, like a dinosaur. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just
Good answer.
Do you prefer aliens or demons?
Aliens.
Aliens.
Demons.
Aliens can be demonic though, so you're just
Yeah.
limiting yourself by just putting yourself in that one place.
Yeah, I suppose so. But, well, demons, there's something about the occult, though, that's quite interesting. Something about the whole mysticism of it.
Mm.
I don't know.
You can be a mystic alien.
Yeah. Yeah,
And you can be independent and not
don't
belong to
judge
a
me,
brainwashing cult.
You've got to rep
Just
the Doctor
saying.
Who world, mate. Aliens.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Alien.
No, I'm
All
sticking
right,
with demons.
Vivi. How many of these are we doing?
A couple more.
Okay.
Lord of the Rings or Hunger Games?
Lord of the Rings.
What do you guys think? Lord of the Rings.
I think that's unanimously Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I mean, Hunger Games is good in its own right, but come on.
Classic.
Not much of a
No.
contest, I don't think, there. I'll do one more. What's your favourite snack?
Ooh.
All of them.
At once.
Oh, this is hard, actually. This is really hard.
I like a PBJ.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
A sandwich as a snack.
Look.
What else would you call a snack? A flipping roast
Crisps.
dinner?
Like, I don't know.
I like the Belvita breakfast biscuits.
That's really thrown me. Maybe like sweet cherries.
Sweet
That's a good-
cherries.
Yeah, but fruit's such a hit and miss when you're looking to snack on fruit because like you can just get a really like rubbish punnet of strawberries and think you're gonna have some really nice ones and then they're rubbish and that's the worst thing in the world.
I'll get you nice strawberries. Don't
Thank
worry.
you so much. Thank you.
Oh, lovely.
And on that note, I think we're going to end it there. But thank you so much to the
that
cast.
Thank you.
Of class.
Thank you very
Everyone give it up for Vivian and Sophie and Greg.
Thank you, guys.
Killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're falling. No, it was supposed to be my